Quentin, pardon, juste avant de démarrer, qu'on peut vérifier que, que je vous entends bien, parce que j'ai un petit...
Vous m'entendez bien? Je n'ai pas encore démarré, excusez-moi.
Ok,
On est en train
ok.
de vérifier que
D'accord.
le lien YouTube public soit accessible.
Ok, donc je pensais que c'était peut-être Robin que j'avais entendu, mais c'est peut-être un peu loin.
Oui, je suis un peu loin. Alors, pour les questions, c'est vrai que c'est pas très pratique pour les questions du jury ensuite.
Là, c'est bon, en fait. Là,
Ouais, mais je me suis levé. Alors, si chaque membre du jury peut venir, comme dans un tribunal, je le jure. C'est ça, si c'est.
ok.
Est-ce que peut-être.
Vous entendez d'ici ou...
Est-ce que tu entends Bérang, Catherine?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien, là. Oui.
Et moi, on fera comme ça alors.
You speak a little bit strongly and then
Je vais
Et moi,
tenter
est-ce que vous m'entendez?
aussi, oui.
Ok, c'est plus loin. Est-ce que Laurent a répondu?
Oui, c'est live, c'est bon.
Allez. Bon. Olivier, c'est à toi là.
Good morning. Welcome to this PhD defense of Mr. Raillard Cazenot. Welcome to the École des Mines. I'm thrilled today to serve as the chairman of this committee. So today we're going to have the opportunity to listen to the presentation of your work titled Modeling the Decarbonization of Industry and its Impact on the Electricity System. To examine this thesis, we have assembled a remarkable committee with several rapporteurs that will basically first provide a view of your work and start a question. So we're going to start first with Professor Peter Taylor from the University of Leeds. Then Professor Philippe Quirion from CIRED will also give a review. After these two reviews, we'll have the opportunity to listen to the examiners raising a series of questions, starting with Professor Catherine Azaro-Pantel from NCASET in Toulouse, who is currently remote. Then Dr. Thomas Fleiter from Fraunhofer ici will raise his question. Dr. Beran Chirizage, who is currently at Deloitte, will start then a series of questions. I will be the last examiner raising my questions. And last but not the least, we'll also have the opportunity to have some viewpoint being provided by your supervisor, Dr. Robert Schiffer from the School of Mines. I forgot something which is important. First, I will invite everyone in the audience to turn off and switch off the telephones so that we can switch them into flight mode. And then we'll provide you with 45 minutes for the defense. Thank you so much.
I'm good. So thank you everyone for attending my defense, and many thanks to my jury for their time and interest in my work. So a bit of an introduction. My thesis was developed in the context of the need to combat global warming, and which is caused by the large amount of greenhouse gas emissions from human activity. In 2019, 58% of global emissions were due to the industry and the energy systems. If we take a look at Europe, while worldwide emissions have risen, in Europe they actually have diminished, and this is because most of these reductions come from the energy systems with the deployment of renewable energy, and from the industry with energy efficiency improvement, with, for instance, the end of life of furnaces that we renew, and production reduction also, if we consider steel industry, also included delocation. Now, if we focus on industry, we can see that most of the emissions come from three main sectors: metallurgy, chemistry, and non-metallic, including cement production. And as for emission from the industry, they have two main origins: energy-related emissions for heat production, for example, for which a lot of fossil fuel are consumed in the world, and also process emissions linked to the process itself. The most common example is the calcination reaction, which is necessary to produce clinker, which is itself required to produce cement. Regarding energy-related emissions, industry can shift to electricity and bioenergy, but for electrification, some estimates highlight that in Europe, emissions through electrification could be cut by 78%. Nonetheless, we have also process emissions to tackle, and for that, we could go for technology changes or carbon capture for processes such as cement production. As electrification is to play a huge role in industry decarbonization, it also needs to be low carbon. Otherwise, it makes little sense. And globally, as you can see on the left figure, emissions from electricity production have actually risen, and it is expected for electricity production to reduce its emissions to help other sectors decarbonize. And if we take a look at Europe, it actually has started to reduce its electricity emissions, electricity-related emissions, thanks to renewable energy deployment and also a shift from coal to natural gas. As electricity is to play an important role in industry decarbonization, one can wonder to what extent can industry achieve electrification, and also what role can electrification have in comparison to versus green hydrogen, carbon capture solutions, and also bioenergy. And last question regarding this topic: what framework should be prioritized to support electrification? Electrification should also impact the electricity system and vice versa. And the question is how this impact can be shaped by the policy framework. Now, there are some requirements to answer these questions, and regarding the role electrification can play against green hydrogen and other solutions, we need to take into account the interdependencies between industries with, for a start, CO2 exchanges between sectors, the potential CO2 exchanges. And also, we need also to take into account shared resources such as bioenergy, because there are limited resources. As for the feedback effects that could occur from the joint decarbonization of industry and the electricity system, we also need to take into account the interdependencies between the industry and the energy system. So we need to find what's common to both these sectors. And at last, how this impact is shaped by policy framework, we need to have a modeling that allows us to vary the policy framework to see how everything is going to evolve with this. Hence, the objectives of my thesis to be first to develop an industry model to assess the industry's decarbonization sensitivity to techno-economic variations. And as per the problematic, we include CCUS synergies between sectors and bioenergy allocation management. And then my second objective to integrate that industrial model with the European electricity and hydrogen system model to explore the synergies between both systems. And also have an electricity and hydrogen price interface to couple both models, and have also a policy framework impact assessment. So from my objectives stem the content of my presentation. So from the first objective, there's the next section of my presentation, which is industry sensitivity to techno-economic framework, in which I'm going to present my industry model, and then my second objective is related to my third section, in which I shall present the energy system model we have developed in in our research center, and with which I'm going to see how that energy system model evolves within policy frameworks, with different policy frameworks. Sorry. Without and then with industrial consumption to see the impact everything has. And then I'm going to end with key takeaways and perspectives. As announced, I have developed a bottom-up energy industry optimization model. It takes as input many parameters such as resources availability. So this is especially important for bioenergy availability. As I said, it's a limited resource. Carbon tax, upstream emissions, capex, resource costs, and production scenario, meaning that we are going to constrain the model to produce, let's say, 10 megaton of steel, and is going to have to produce it. So the model is going to minimize the overall systems cost, and this overall systems cost includes resource consumption costs, annualized capex, opex, emission costs related to carbon pricing, and carbon capture and usage costs. Regarding that last cost, it is related to a specific module in the model about CCUS technology investment. So what it does is it allows the model to manage production and carbon capture technology separately. And with that, the model could choose if and when to install a carbon capture technology to a production technology. And we must also keep in mind that captured CO2 must always exceed consumed CO2. So now the study framework for the model considered 6 countries, representing about 2/3 of industrial emissions in Europe, and it also includes the sectors that are the most emittive. And production scenario was applied production scenario was applied to the model, and so regarding steel production, it was assumed to remain relatively constant, but with raising recycling rates to 50%, with for countries with lower recycling rates initially. As for glass production, it was assumed to remain constant, while for olefin primary production, it was assumed to fall by 30%, with the assumption that plastics recycling would, so the secondary olefin pathway would increase in the future. As for cement production, it was assumed to, the cement mix was assumed to evolve in a way to in the future diminish clinker rate in the cement. And as I highlighted, the CCUS technology investment module 2 slides ago, we also included the production of some e-fuels as additional endpoint for carbon capture and usage. And the scenario we applied were derived from the literature, but in the end we have in 2050 production accounting for 40% and 9% of current fuel consumption, respectively for air and maritime transport. In this section, the idea is to run the industry model alone. So we do not have we need to have some assumptions on electricity prices specifically, but later on we're going to have a coupling, and we won't need to have to make some such assumptions anymore. So yeah, as for the assumptions, for fossil fuel, we assume that their prices would follow the REPowerEU trajectories. And as for electricity, the assumption we took was for its price to shift towards 70 euros per megawatt hour in 2050. As for carbon pricing, it was assumed to be 150 euros per ton of CO2 in 2050. But this, as for electricity price, would be subject to sensitivity analysis afterwards. There's also the case of bioenergy. That is, as I said a few times already, a limited resource, and for which each country has a different potential for. And obviously, this is something that we include, we take into account in the model. And obviously, as we consider only 5 sectors plus a few e-fuels, we assume that only 50% of the bioenergy potential identified is accessible. So now, how does the model evolve in the reference scenario? So first, we can point out that 79% of emissions are tackled, but between 2015 and 2050. In comparison, the French low carbon strategy, French national low carbon strategy, aims for 81%. So we're not at it yet. We could also see that there's a shift from coal and oil to electricity, bioenergy, and natural gas. And also that there's carbon capture and usage, CCU-like deployment that is balanced with an early carbon capture and storage, CCS deployment. So, if we take a look at what happens in 2050 in terms of CO2 flows, we can see that e-fuels and chemicals are actually in competition for CO2 consumption, specifically for direct air capture and biogenic CO2. Sorry. Are in a so yeah, they're in competition, and the reason is quite simple. It's because e-fuels, they are all going to be burnt in the end, so they're going to end up in the atmosphere. While for chemicals, it was assumed that the secondary pathway would increase in the future, and thus recycling. And the assumption that we took from the sector scenarios, main scenario, is that they would be 65% recycling in 2050. And therefore, the chemicals that are produced do not all end up in the end in an incinerator. So the model, wanting to minimize costs and limit the carbon pricing impact on the results, is going to favor e-fuels. And what happens if remove e-fuels from the equation? So as you can see on this on the figure on the left, on top we have hydrogen consumption and bioenergy consumption, and below annualized costs and methanol production. What you have below, in the x-axis is so values in 2015 and in 2050. For the reference case, the case where we don't have the model doesn't have e-fuels to produce, and when it doesn't have e-fuel to produce, but also when there's no CCUS synergies between sectors, meaning that the cement sector, for instance, cannot send its CO2 to the chemical sector for it to consume it and produce plastics, for instance. What we see there is that without e-fuels, we have more bioenergy available for chemistry, so it's going to consume it. We also see that the model system is less expensive, and from that we can derive 200 euros per megawatt hour e-fuel cost, which is about 4 to 5 times more expensive than current kerosene price, if I'm not wrong. If we also take a look at when there's no CCUS synergies, we can see that cost actually increases a little bit. So there's some benefits to have CCUS synergies between countries. If the industry is going to have an impact on the electricity system, is going to be through electrification, and that's if we take a look at the figure on the left, seems to be dependent on carbon pricing. And what we can see here is from 75 euros per ton to 300 euros per ton, an electrification rate that rises from 47% to 63%. And what we can also see here is some sort of merit order in which the energies are going to be used to be shifted. First, we can see that we have relatively we have 47% of electrification. So and this is a lot thanks to electrolysis deployment. And then we can see that as carbon tax rises, bioenergy and electrification are going to take over. And when bioenergy potential is reached, then direct electrification is going to completely take over. Yes. So, we also need to remember that this merit order is for the assumption in 2050 that we have 70 euros per megawatt hour electricity price. So if electricity prices were to be lower, the order in which electricity consumption shifts would occur would be certainly different. Although electrification is impacted by carbon pricing, it is less the case for electrolysis. And we can see that because initially for low carbon pricing, electrolysis is mainly used actually to produce e-fuels and methanol for power to CO2 to be combined with CO2, sorry. And then as carbon pricing increases, the model is going to want to offset remaining direct emissions with bioenergy and carbon capture. And this is why it is going to deploy first gasification plus carbon capture. And we can also see that there's a shift also from steam methane reforming to electrified steam methane reforming for methanol production. And this highlights also the previous points that carbon pricing affects direct electrification. And what happens if we increase the carbon price above 300 euros? Nothing. So the reason is because this happens because at this point direct emissions have reached zero. And but if we take a look at what happens before, we can see that electricity price has a substantial impact on the results and on emissions. And as for why there's no impact after 300 euros per ton, it's because the remaining fossil fuel consumption. So yeah, we still have fossil fuel consumption. But that fossil fuel consumption is offset with bioenergy and carbon capture. And so on this graph, you have captured emissions versus total emissions and electricity consumption versus fossil fuel. And each dot represents a different case for different carbon pricing and different electricity prices and bioenergy potential. The 0.5 potential ratio referring to the reference scenario for which we have 50% of the bioenergy potential that is available, as stated before. As you can see on the graph, bioenergy consumption is associated with carbon capture, but also fossil fuel consumption and emission decrease. And the last point is that competitive electricity price also makes electricity consumption less sensitive to bioenergy potential increase. By that, I mean that if electricity prices are too high, bioenergy consumption is not going to replace only fossil fuel, but also going to reduce electricity consumption. And as you can see, like for instance, with the red dots in the lower right part of the graph. If you have a few things to remember from this section, is that CCUS and electrification are influenced by electricity prices, whether or not the model has to produce e-fuel, the bioenergy potential, and also carbon pricing, with the fact that electrification within the study framework evolves between 47% and 63%. As electricity price is also highly influential on results until 300 euros carbon tax, we shall need to better model the electricity price. And doing so also include maybe the cost of balancing hydrogen supply and demand, because the time step in which the industry model operates is yearly, and it's maybe not perfect for hydrogen balancing. And as we need to better model electricity and hydrogen price and production, the second objective of my thesis is to integrate the industry model with an industry and with an European electricity and hydrogen system to explore the synergies between both. And we have seen how industry behaves alone, and we will see in this section how it impacts the energy system and vice versa. You have on this slide a scheme summarizing this section's methodology. So the industry model is coupled with a multi-energy system model called POM. And the way we did it is that we use electricity and hydrogen demand from INDOPT as input in POM, and then we take electricity prices and hydrogen prices from POM to be used as an input in INDOPT. And but to see the impact INDOPT has on POM on the energy system, we need to see what happens with POM alone first, and then see what happens when both models are coupled. And to do so, we need to, because we want to see how this evolves when we change the framework, we need to develop some scenarios. And for that, we developed policy scenarios and techno-economic scenarios. So regarding policy scenarios, they are derived from what we saw in the previous section. The fact that carbon price influences the results, but also its incapacity within the previous framework to force fossil phase out. So we have here three scenarios. The first one with 300 euros carbon price, sorry. Second one with fossil phase out, and the last one with lower carbon tax. Then we couple these policy scenarios with the techno-economic scenarios. So with at first the central one that is derived from TYNDP and TSO and literature data that we could find, and then we're going to increase the interconnections capacity for the electricity system, the quantity of renewables available. We're going to also in the ENR++, so ENR is the French acronym for renewable energy for non-French speakers. And we have also, so the ENR++ allows for more renewable energy, but also lowers its capital cost. And we also have nuke plus scenarios, so in which we have lower cost of capital on nuclear energy, meaning that it's completely subsidized. And also we increase the quantity of nuclear energy that we can produce, that can be installed, but by that it's only regarding Italy, Belgium, and the UK. So regarding the UK, it's the fact that the model is allowed to use the currently British nuclear fleet in long-term operation, And regarding Belgium and Italy, the availability for them to install new reactors. The last scenario is regarding the fact the last scenario allows POM to install hydrogen pipelines between countries if it wishes. POM is a multi-energy system model that has been developed in my research center. It has a planning period every 10 years and a hourly time step for the operation. It's going to optimize the overall systems cost with an adequacy constraint stating that demand and overproduction that is going to be curtailed must be always equal to generation, storage, import, and demand curtailment, with the constraint that obviously a power plant cannot produce over its capacity times its actual availability, which is specifically important for renewable energy because a wind farm cannot produce 100% of the time at 100% of its capacity. So yeah, when we take a look at how the POM behaves without, so when it's run alone without an in-depth consumption, we can see that renewable energy represent most of the electricity production in 2050, no matter the scenario. And we can also see that thermal dispatchable power plants represent less than 5% of the electricity production. And we could also see that there were some synergies between ATR plus carbon capture and electrolysis, ATR for autothermal reforming, which is an upgraded, let's say, version of steam methane reforming, but allowing for carbon capture at a lesser cost. So yeah, the idea with the synergies, the way it operates is that electrolysis are going to follow market prices and their variability is going to be complemented by ATR with carbon capture here, and also hydrogen storage. The results also show that countries with a bigger renewable energy potential tend to have lower prices in general. France being helped also by its nuclear fleet. So yeah, then the models have been coupled. So as we expect industry demand to have an impact on electricity and hydrogen prices and vice versa, the models were coupled with were coupled to be run successively for multiple iterations with the stopping criteria, ensuring that the shared variables have converged. So here the two criteria to be met are the fact that over two iterations, the average electricity system price difference needs to be inferior to 0.1 euro per megawatt hour. And for hydrogen, it's 0.001 euro per kilogram. And the second criteria is that the total demand summed over the planning horizon from in-depth between two iterations needs to be inferior to 1 terawatt-hour times the number of considered regions. And usually after 4 or 5 iterations, the criteria are met. So the coupling adds electricity demand from in-depth to the exogenous POM demand parameter. And we see that supplementary electricity demand is mostly met with renewable energy, while regarding hydrogen, it's mainly met with ATR plus carbon capture. Although when we allow for more renewable energy for cheaper, that ATR dominance is greatly diminished. These behaviors are explained also by the fact that additional electricity and hydrogen demand actually systematically increase the average prices, and that for hydrogen, but also electricity, as the cheapest solutions were already deployed before coupling. Hence, the interest in our model coupling that allows us to see that price increase from rising demand, but also to consider highly hydrogen demand and supply dynamics, allowing for hydrogen storage costs. And eventually, so as you can see on this graph, we have the partial central case, which corresponds to when actually ENDOPT is going to manage itself and the hydrogen production, and then on the right central when POM is managing that hydrogen production. And what we can see from then the hydrogen production that is dedicated to the industry, it's that we have less electrolysis in the system. It's not that interesting all at once, but what we could see is that every techno-economic scenario actually increase the electrolysis part in that share. So what I would like to highlight then is the scenario's impact on the different systems. So on the electricity system, no matter the scenario, we have a renewable energy leadership. It dominates electricity production with more than 85% of the production all the time. And yeah, most of the changes that we could see could be on the shift in the no fossil scenario from natural gas dispatchable power plants to hydrogen turbines. Otherwise, the scenarios have a minimal impact on the average European electricity mix. And then if we take a look at the industry, we could see that policy scenarios drive electricity, drive energy use and technology mix, while the techno-economic scenarios don't have much of an impact. And this is explained by the fact that techno-economic scenarios have, although a little impact on price, although we could see that more nuclear power and more renewable energy are actually going to drive prices down, but not enough to occur substantial changes within the industry. Then we have the hydrogen system. So it's impacted by both policy and techno-economic scenarios. And what's interesting here is that between the low carbon tax and reference scenario, we have carbon pricing variation. And we can see that the electrolysis share in what's produced changes and increases actually. This contrasts with what we had before when we were running ENDOPT alone, where we didn't see electrolysis share increase or move when carbon pricing were increased. So this stresses out the importance of our model coupling here and going for lower time step than the yearly one that we had initially. What I would like to also talk about now is the adding of hydrogen network impact. So what happens here is when the model can install hydrogen pipelines between countries, there's going to be a price convergence towards the same value, and this is to the detriment of countries that were more competitive initially, like France or Spain. And this is explainable when we take a look at what happened spatially. So we had countries with nuclear power and renewable energy, more renewable energy potential, like Spain, France, the UK, and northern countries that initially produced cheaper hydrogen. And when the hydrogen backbone is available, the model is going to make the optimization. So these cheaper countries are going to over-export it, over-invest in the means of production for the neighbors. And we end up with a situation where some countries are solely hydrogen consumers, and this is unlikely to happen if we take into account regulatory and policy factors. So if you have 7 points to 7 key takeaways to remember, it's first that there are some intersectoral synergies on carbon capture between industries, and also between the industry and the electricity system regarding the hydrogen system. There's also the challenge of resource allocation regarding bioenergy. We saw that e-fuels tend to monopolize bioenergy. And still on e-fuels, they are rather expensive. So if we actually end up with 600 euros per ton of CO2 abatement costs, which is to contrast with our 300 euros per ton of CO2 carbon price threshold that we had for the industry. So the raw carbon price on industry decarbonization. Above 300 euros, there's limited fossil and emissions reduction because direct emissions have reached zero. And below 300 euros, bioenergy availability and electricity pricing have a substantial impact. I also want to stress out the importance of renewable energy because in every scenario, we have more than 85% of electricity production that is from renewable energy. Now regarding the hydrogen system, we could see the ATR electrolysis synergies. We could also see that hydrogen network means market prices convergence, and also that excluding infrastructure costs, as we did initially with INDOPT, tend to overestimate the electrolysis hydrogen potential. And at last, the last point is that policy scenarios are the one influencing the most the results. Now, as for some perspectives, the approach that we chose is a perfect foresight single stakeholder approach, meaning so regarding the perfect foresight that the model is going to have perfect visibility over the entire investment period. But real-world industries do not have much visibility over long-term prices, although this is a very important factor for them to invest in new technologies or even settle somewhere. Regarding the single stakeholder approach, what it's going to do is look for a global optimum, which is not going to maybe benefit all of the stakeholders equally. So it would be interesting to find another way of modeling this and see how the system behaves when each of the stakeholders is looking for its own benefit. We also did not take into account the potential negative impact of decarbonizing of heavy industry and competitiveness. Because eventually the decarbonization costs more than doing nothing in terms of system pricing, obviously. And what happens then is that either industries relocate somewhere where where energy prices are lower, or competitiveness is maintained through some form of external support. What I would like to point out next is the temporal consideration regarding the hydrogen grid that we have implemented. So we took the data from TYNDP, and there's a rather rapid deployment of the hydrogen backbone that is assumed in the data. And it would be maybe interesting to see what would happen if less pipeline capacity were available. If deployment is allowed of the hydrogen backbone is allowed later, or if the grid configuration is different. We saw the impact that it had on France and Spain hydrogen prices. So what if we removed some pipelines and see what, or maybe add some more to see what happens with the results. Now, there's also a spatial consideration. So we allowed for MENA imports for hydrogen. It's rather homogeneous for every countries. It's a limitation. It would be better to model things in a way where the hydrogen would arrive solely by pipeline to Spain, France, or Italy, or be more expensive for other countries, assuming ship transport. And yeah, last point would be on carbon capture and usage. So yeah, we only assumed, sorry, carbon capture and storage. I also use it actually. We did not consider the distance between sites in the model. And it is, and also regarding transport and storage, we solely put like a price to it, and the model did not have to invest in the storage units. So it's not capex related; it's only opex related, and that might be explaining why the model that easily is going to increase carbon capture and storage and then decrease it. And then last point would be to add the industrial sectors that are not considered in INDOP. So first, the food sector, the pulp and paper sector, and maybe go for a better plastic recycling pathway. Sorry, model it explicitly, like instead of having exogenous assumptions for it. Thank you for listening.
As now for this comprehensive presentation of your thesis. It's now time to start the discussion. I will invite.
Can you hear Mr. Messel, Professor Messel?
Can you hear me?
Online?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Quentin and Raillard, for this excellent presentation of your thesis, but it's now time to start the discussion. I'm going to invite first Professor Peter Taylor from the University of Leeds to present his review on your work.
Yeah, thank you very much, Quentin, for that presentation. And I have to say, I very much enjoyed reading the thesis. Obviously, facing the climate crisis that we are, it's important that we can reduce emissions right across the economy. And I think industry probably has been one of those sectors that has had less attention, perhaps compared with transport and building. So it's really good to see this detailed analysis. And I particularly liked the way that you looked in detail at the use of CO2, so how that might be produced in one sector and used in another. Also the role of biomass as well. And it's good to see that you've got some paper for publication as well, because I think these kinds of results will be very interesting to a number of different stakeholders. So good to see that you're going to be publishing those in the literature. I wanted to start off my question really by just asking you about your motivation for developing INDOPT. So did you consider whether there might be an existing industry model that you could have used? And if you obviously there are some industry models out there, so I wonder whether you could say a little bit about what you think is distinctive about INDOPT and why it's particularly valuable to develop that model for this work.
Yeah, so what I found really valuable about the model is and I stressed it out actually, it's the CCUS technology investment model, and the way that carbon capture and investment in technologies and production technologies are managed separately. Because in most models that I know about, they always come together, and you cannot add carbon capture technology on top of an existing technology, production technology. I mean, regarding industry models, to my knowledge. Yeah, so you also, yeah, no, this is.
And in terms of the fact that you chose an optimizing framework, I mean, did you think about other approaches that you might use?
So the way it occurred was that initially I started to work on models that we had on the electricity system with the optimization approach, and just like replicated it to the industry with the optimization pathway that I find very practical.
And one of the benefits of using this kind of optimization framework, obviously, is that you're trying to minimize costs. But one thing that struck me was, particularly in the earlier chapters, so the chapter that focuses on INDOC, you didn't actually report very much information about costs.
Yeah, in the end, yeah.
I wonder whether you could, sort of, I mean, was that an explicit choice, and can you say anything about?
So my approach initially was, I mean, my interest initially was more about technology deployment, technology choices, and energy consumption shifts. So, yeah, the overall systems cost is something that I that came to my mind when I was writing the last chapter, coupling both models. So this is why I don't see that earlier in the thesis. Although this is, I mean, this is rather interesting, and I've prepared maybe like some slides here on how the INDOC costs evolve between 2040 and 2050. I mean, I tried to gather this information, extract these informations after I read your report, and what you can see here is that yeah, the industry is highly OPEX dependent when you take a look at the difference between the Y and the X-axis. And also that without e-fuel, as I said, it's way less expensive, especially in 2050.
Yeah, and connected to that, I don't think you said about the discount rate that you use.
So the assumption I took in the model was 8% discount rate.
And you didn't vary that for any of the.
No,
that's just across the board, yeah. For every technology, it's the same, yeah.
Yeah. This is.
So I mean, I certainly think there's some interesting information. Perhaps maybe it's worthy of another paper or some more work, sort of exploring some of these issues around costs and perhaps how discount rate changes, and whether it's appropriate to use a single discount rate, or indeed whether it's possible to vary that, particularly.
On the data, would be delighted.
Yeah. So maybe I think there's still extra value that you can definitely get out of this model going forward. Just thinking about the model in a little bit more detail. So you did quite a comprehensive review of different technologies that might be available for decarbonising industry in the various sectors. And many of the technologies that were that you chose to go in the model are pretty much commercial or very nearly there, certainly have high TRL levels. But in some cases, you picked lower TRL technologies to include, and yet in other sectors, there were TRL technologies with similar TRL levels, maybe like 4 or 5, which you excluded. So I just wondered whether you could say anything about how you made that choice in terms of which technologies you included and which you didn't, particularly in respect of their technology readiness level.
Yeah. So initially, I tried to include every technology, even lower TRLs, and so you're talking about the one-step CO2 to methanol, the one with the TRL of 3, doesn't come out anyway. So initially I had, like, even for ammonia, I had included them in the model, but they don't come out. So it's in terms of calculation time, just had to remove them because I wanted things to be faster and not to overload the RAM for nothing.
And so, I mean, so for instance, you've probably seen that the IEA has done some work I can't remember the details, but they look globally for decarbonising industry. And then they categorise the technologies that they see in their net zero scenario by TRL level, effectively, or at least by commercial sort of mid TRL, early stage development, and conclude that actually we're going to need have quite a lot of technology development in order to meet that scenario. So quite a lot of the technologies which are chosen by their scenario are not yet commercially available. I wonder, in your scenario, did you find that actually most of the technologies which are deployed are the higher TRL ones, or are there some particular areas where you're seeing lower TRL technologies which might indicate that we need to focus more effort on those?
No, I didn't find anything anything like that. No, I didn't find most of the TRLs are above 6.
Okay. Then moving on to the couple model. So again, obviously there are a wide number of different electricity models that you could have used, other than the fact that POM, I think, was developed here. What was the kind of motivation for using POM as the electricity model that you decided to couple
Time.
model with?
Time. We started using it last summer, I think, maybe a bit before, and it was something based on previous work of a colleague of mine. So I kind of knew how to manage with it, how to add some data equations in it, and otherwise I would have gone maybe for a bigger energy system model such as PIPSA.
And are they coded in the same language? I don't know whether you mentioned.
Yeah, it's Python and LinuxPy, both. Yeah.
And then in terms of so what I wasn't completely clear about was how the fact, so in POM you have hourly time granularity, yeah? So you can model like renewables and stuff, the variability over the day, for instance. In INDOCT, it's just an annual time step, yeah? So I wondered whether that limited the insights in terms of the challenge of kind of balancing potentially variable industrial output also with variable renewables, and whether you saw that being a kind of a limitation of the model, and whether how easy would it be to increase the granularity in INDOCT, potentially up to sort of have an hourly.
So my idea in the future would be to actually incorporate INDOCT data into POM, because it's actually POM works as a framework, and add the CCUS technology investment model to POM. And yeah, that would be the perspective that I have in mind, instead of improving INDOCT that is actually using PyOmo, which is less performant than LinuxPy. So just put everything on LinuxPy.
And I mean, because certainly in the UK, as we, looking forward, we see quite a lot of electrification of industry, and then there's a big question which is not answered about how flexible might that electricity demand in industry be, and how that might impact then things like network upgrades, grid upgrades, maximum capacity of generation that we might need. If that industry demand turns out to be very inflexible, then that probably indicates quite a significant increase in generation capacity, which might then sit around a lot of the time doing nothing, quite a significant grid upgrade. But if we could get that electricity demand to be more flexible, potentially even by having sort of storage behind the meter, or hydrogen storage or something, then be able to flex that, then both that might make the investment on the electricity system less, but also might enable industry actually to sell flexibility services into the electricity market. So I wondered if those are kinds of things that you thought about, and whether you think that data actually exists? I mean, how easy would it be?
So to my knowledge, industrial processes are rather inflexible. So what we could do to make it flexible would be to add some stuff around it. So as you said, batteries and also electrolyzers with storage to provide such flexibility, as you said. Otherwise, I've seen, so it's maybe a longer flexibility, but time frame, but I've seen that for the steel sector, they work with batches, so they can delay batches to reduce consumption at some point, and then catch up later.
And then my final question was around this observation about the kind of spatial distribution of industry, of CO2 sources, CO2 sinks, and also the role of hydrogen networks, but also potentially CO2 pipelines and what have you, because I think one of the interesting results coming out of the model was about this synergy between sectors which produce a lot of CO2 which can be captured and then that use in things like e-fuels. But I guess often those industries are actually not co-located. They're quite some distance away. And so, yeah, I mean, what do you think is the kind of likely policy outcome? I mean, on the one hand, the answer could be, well, so we need to build a lot of networks to connect industry together for one reason or the other. Or you could say, well, actually, that just imposes a whole lot of additional costs, and that's probably never going to happen. And therefore, actually, these synergies and the use of CO2, for instance, is going to be a lot lower in reality than the model might suggest because of these barriers. What's your kind of take? What would you say to policymakers about that issue?
My take would be that if CO2 exchanges, there's going to be it's going to be within industrial clusters, and when I don't think we are going to transport over hundreds of kilometers CO2. Although that would be an interesting thing to assess, but I don't have an answer to it.
And so therefore sort of future work might kind of focus more on specific industrial clusters and look for the opportunity for this kind of synergies within those clusters. I mean, I don't know, certainly in the UK, for instance, we have roughly 6 large clusters which are all based around the coast in the UK. We know where they are. They're responsible for just less than half the industrial emissions. So it's relatively easy to identify where those clusters are and to do more detailed analysis on those clusters where the amount of pipeline and other networks would be relatively limited. I mean, what's the case in? I mean, I guess Germany might be similar in certain areas, but in France,
Germany and France, we could find such data, but regarding Spain, Italy, and Belgium, I didn't find such data. I mean, yeah, there's Ghent in Belgium, but regarding Spain and Italy, I didn't find such data, and so I aligned to initially what you're saying, and this is what I had in mind. But given the lack of data that I could find, that I couldn't find for Italy and Spain, I aligned myself on like a more macro, at the macro level and at the national scale.
Okay. But no, it's really, really interesting. So I think that I'll end there, at least for now, and pass on to whoever's next. But yeah, as I say, really impressive work, and I very much enjoyed reading the thesis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now time to move on to the second referees.
Thank you, Olivier. Catherine, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. I can hear you. I can. No problem. Thank you.
So, I'd like to start by thanking Robin for inviting me, and this for 2 reasons. First, it reminds me of 2 periods of my life because I prepared my PhD in this school, and And later on, I worked on heavy industry, cement and steel, which I haven't done for some years, but so it reminds me of this the issue in this on this topic. But I especially thank you because it gave me the opportunity of reading Quentin's thesis, which I found really insightful, and to listening to his presentation, which was very clear. And so, Quentin, you added the useful information compared to the manuscript in your presentation, and you already answered some of the questions that were in my report. And as the first referee mentioned, your thesis deals with a very important issue, since the heavy industry is a big emitter and has raised less attention than the transportation sector, for instance, especially the case in social sciences. And also, I like the consistency of your thesis with a progressive increase in complexity up to chapter 4. And I would say that the main strength is the rich modeling architecture, which allows a good representation of the input-output interactions across the sectors of the industry and between the industry and the electric sector. And so this thesis is well written. Turning to the sense that I have questions chapter by chapter and comments too. So in chapter 1, the general introduction, you present decarbonization options in a very clear and detailed way. I think your literature review is really up to date. One point which is less present is the potential for demand reduction, while there is more and more papers on this topic. Also, I was a bit surprised to see how optimistic you are about the role of hydrogen in the outside of the industry. It's a figure 1.5. I thought that potential of hydrogen in land transportation or in the building sector was a kind of a hype which has vanished. But you may, if you are of another opinion, I'd be interested in listening to your arguments. I don't know, maybe, oh no, sorry, I propose that I mention all my questions chapter by chapter and then you answer between every chapter. Yeah. So I still have one.
If I forget some things, please remind me because.
Or if you prefer, you can start answering now.
It would be easier.
Okay, let's go.
So regarding the potential demand for reduction, so from an energy modeler perspective, this is, I mean, I'm just going to reduce demand, and I do not have the externalities, so I do not reach the constraints, and this is, from my perspective, less interesting to model because the reduction in demand is exogenous. Would I be using an integrated assessment model? It would be very much interesting. And this is very important because demand reduction, because we could see, as we could see on this slide here, we increase demand no matter what, and all the time, systematically, we have a price increase. So demand reduction, I mean, systems with less demand end up with lower costs and also lesser prices because we have more maybe renewable energy to deploy, and prices are more driven by renewable energy prices on the market. Now, as for the optimistic hydrogen, this is just figures that I have reported from the British TSO scenario. These are, I mean, my viewpoint on hydrogen in the tertiary and residential sector. It's that, how to say polite? No good.
So we agree. Yeah, and also you mentioned, of course, that recycling is an efficient way of reducing emissions, but the main limitation for recycling, but if you are of another opinion, I'd like to hear you, is the availability of secondary material, and so this is something which you don't mention a lot. Anyway, my next question is about the chapter 2, in which you present the assumptions that you use to model the industrial sectors. As far as I can judge, these assumptions are relevant and well justified. But the way you present the cost equation is really quick, and I'd like more explanation on the way you deal with the temporality of investments. Especially in your equation 2.3, what exactly are the Y index I, and do you understand well that you just make a summation of this investment in various years without discounting in a given period? And if so, why do you apply a discount rate across these 10-year periods? This is not fully clear to me. And before letting you answering, it seems to me that you don't take into account the interest during construction, and isn't it a bit problematic for some investments which may take years to build?
Yes. So regarding the stocks for recycling, this is not something that I have taken into account, because I merely made the assumptions about what appeared to me to be the European pathway about, policy willingness to increase recycling. So this is why I took this assumption, and maybe I should have questioned it maybe a bit more. Now, regarding the cost equation, so regarding the YI term, so the thing is, the omega plus that you see in the end is often equal to 0, actually. So it's only relating to with that year, for that technology, we added that much capacity. So most of the time it's equal to 0. And the idea is to take into account the capex of what has been installed and is still within its lifetime, to add the capex to the capex cost. If I'm clear.
But when you apply this equation, over what duration do you apply typically in your model? I see you make a summation over the Y index I until it reaches Y, but is it over a 10-year period? Is it?
It's over all of the periods at the start of the investment. It's from the start of the investment period, and if a technology has reached its lifetime, it's not going to be included in the summation. If it's still within its lifetime, it's going to be included, and then the capex is going to be counted.
So you apply the discount rate in a continuous manner over
Yeah.
from 2015 to 2015.
Yeah, because the idea here is to have to minimize systems cost. So to minimize systems cost with a constant euro price. So we do not consider that euro is going to vary in the future. We solely, I mean, I could have taken maybe the value of the constant value of this table here and use it as a reference for the currency I've used. But the thing is that it remains constant over time and just system cost optimization with a constant euro price. And regarding construction time, I could not find. I don't know how much time it takes to build a blast furnace, DRI unit, or a glass furnace. So yeah, I did not include them in the analysis, but would have been interesting. And also at the same time, I don't know when we would start to pay the annuity within the construction period. Also, if we start at the beginning, because during the construction, most of the investments are not made upfront.
Yeah, sure. Mm. Yeah, this is great. I agree. This requires assumptions and data which are not perhaps not public. But by putting zero, you create a bias in favor of investments which take a lot of time.
Okay.
And
although most of the technologies in most sectors, the lifetime assumption I took are similar for all technologies, except for the glass industry with the electricity furnace that lasts less longer than regular due to convection than regular furnaces, but otherwise for the rest.
This is a different question. The lifetime of
yeah, but if we include the construction, I mean, you said that longer lifetime is favored by the model.
No, longer time of construction.
Ah, sorry, my bad.
No, for the lifetime, it's included in your model. And last remark, I think 8% is very high for discount rate. If your point of view is that you're looking for a social optimum. In France, the official rate to use in socioeconomic studies is now 3.2%. Used to be 4.5 with some, well, I simplify, but yeah.
And industrial investments.
It's, sorry?
Industrial investments, you said.
For everything. I mean, there is no, well, it depends, but if there is a single discount rate to apply for the social economic studies in France, if your point of view is the interest of the society, if your point of view is the interest of a private investor, of course, it's a very different story. And if you want to introduce uncertainty in the discount rate, then you would typically use a higher one. But
my take here on investments is that it's going to be entirely coming from the industry itself, specifically because to me, if we are to subsidize something, it's the OPEX, because it's the most influential in the results.
Okay, but then for sure, a private investor would require a higher right to invest, but if at the end you present the cost for the whole society, as you do, and you've done a little bit on your slides, then it's interesting to try to disentangle what is the risk premium for the investor and what is a real cost for society. It's not an easy thing to do. Recently, I was in a PhD committee of Emile Dimanchev, and this is typically the kind of things he's doing. Other people are doing this kind of thing, and it makes the whole picture much more complex. But I think as an economist, I really have to flag this. Just taking 8% discount rate and presenting results are social optimum, it's not in line with what we generally do. Okay, anyway, let's move on. On chapter 3, I thought your results were interesting, especially I think you show to what extent mass production of e-fuels for transportation is problematic.
It's not even mass production, it's even 14.
Yeah, I know, but even like this, it already changes the picture a lot. And I was not fully sure about the investment, the optimized investment trajectory. But maybe you will tell me, is it a full intertemporal optimization?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So yeah, and you answer about the strange,
these were not successive optimization.
Sorry?
These were not successive optimization.
Okay. And so how do you manage to take into account the possible decommissioning of capacities in this framework? I mean, from your equations, when you calculate the annuity, you assume a lifetime. But if the optimal trajectory is to use a capacity for only 10 years, while it could have lasted 20 years, so this would change the...
It's going to pay for 20 years.
Sorry?
It's going to pay for 20 years.
It's pay for 20 years?
Even if it's decommissioned.
Okay.
Because the initial investment lifetime is 20 years.
Okay.
What I would say, though, is that from the investor's perspective, I mean, in real life, it's not going to invest in something to decommission it after 10 years. So this aspect is might be actually unrealistic.
Well, why wouldn't they if it's cheaper than investing in something else?
I mean, in my opinion, especially regarding industry, they are going to want to keep that asset the longest as possible. They invested in it.
Yeah, but
there were some people they involved in the project. They invested money and they just give them a return on investment, unless, as you say, it's entirely subsidized.
Okay, so the fact that you already said that the fact that CO2 storage stops after 10 years, it's because you don't.
I don't consider the investment in the storage capacity.
So the first referee already mentioned the fact that I was surprised that you don't present more results on the total system cost, which is what you minimize, but this you said. About the fact that the emissions do not go down when you increase the CO2 price above 300 euros. So it's because you don't take into account upstream emissions, which you could.
Yeah, I could, but nowadays it's not. I mean, the upstream emissions are on fossil fuel consumption. So nowadays, when you consume natural gas, for instance, do you know where the natural gas, this one specifically, comes from and how much CO2 emissions were emitted? There are some actually life cycle assessments, but they are, I mean, on the megawatts hour you're consuming specifically.
Right now, no, but there is a trend towards including foreign emissions
Yes.
in policies. So, right, okay.
Isn't it on manufactured goods?
Hmm?
Isn't it on manufactured goods?
Yes, but for the CBAM, it's a hydrogen generation will be including in the carbon border adjustment mechanism, for example. And you say that you have fossil fuel emissions, but they are offset, and then when you increase the CO2 price above 300, you don't change anything because yeah, you don't also make more negative emissions, right?
No, there's no incentive to.
Yeah, but you could reward negative emissions as a function of the carbon price.
Yes, I could, but in the end, it's going to consume all of the bio. I mean, if
Okay.
more bioenergy were available, actually, it's going to be consuming all of it.
Yeah, so then
It's a
you
single.
have a resource constraint which is binding, right? Okay. Concerning chapter 4, what exactly do you think a full coupling of the two models would add compared to what you already have?
We would go for a global optimum. And that's, I mean, the benefit of having a price interface is that the industry and the energy system are both going to look for their own benefit in the framework model, obviously. So as two single stakeholders as modeled. And if I model everything together, everything will be optimized to like we're going to see things such as what happened with the e-fuels monopolizing everything. There's going to be one that is going to benefit more than the other on the free coupling. This is what I expect to happen.
Okay. And I didn't fully understand in your scenario, no fossil 2050, how you deal with the carbon price, because you present an exogenous carbon price for this scenario as well as for the others. But you go beyond because you don't allow for fossil fuels, and so you have an implicit carbon price associated to this.
I've not looked what that implicit carbon price is. Be interesting if I were to go to look in the dual variables of the model's results. This is something I can do if you want.
Well, not right now. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It's now time to move on with the examiners. So I will invite Professor Catherine Azaro-Pantel from NCSET to raise that questions. Comments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank Robin for the invitation to take part in your PhD jury, Quentin. It's great opportunity for me. So I cannot attend in person and share this moment with you in person, but I'm very happy to be there. So first of all, I want to congratulate you for all this impressive work and also for your presentation that gives additional insight, and I greatly appreciated this additional insight. I also mentioned that the research questions were well addressed, and your manuscript and also your presentation nice to follow, and congratulations for this too. So I'm going to focus my first question on your on the development of your model. There is a recurring question when we with the development of energy models, which is related to the granularity of the temporal scale and also the geographical scale. So you mentioned, and you justify in your manuscript and also in your presentation, you justify all these issues, but in the development of your model, have you also worked at a national scale? I mean, for a case study of France, for instance, and have you tested the model, and have you also analyzed the result at the national scale?
So your question is, have I run my models with France alone?
Yeah, for instance, since I think that you have a lot of data, and that was, I think, very impressive. You have, I think it's in chapter 2 or 3, I don't remember exactly, but there is a traceability of all the data you collected and so on at the European scale for the different countries that you studied in the model. But have you also tested at the beginning of your study a smaller scale, just to check that everything is okay? And does it provide you interesting result for the French case, which is perhaps interesting for us? Just
So what I could say, so from the energy model perspective, so yes, I have tested with less countries case studies. So France alone, for instance.
okay.
Main difference I could see for the same scenario would be that nuclear energy, for instance, doesn't thrive without interconnections. That would be the main difference.
Okay.
Is,
Yeah, my question is, of course, also regarding the nuclear energy, since we have a mix that is quite different than the others. So I was curious to see if you, at this scale, if you observed different results, and just question for the curiosity.
Yeah, so yeah, nuclear energy is favored in the case of high energy consumption and with interconnections.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's unless it's subsidized, fully subsidized, it's less interesting.
Okay. Another question about the development of a model. You mentioned only, I think, in chapter 4, and you also mentioned this in your presentation this morning, that you used PyMO environment with Glue-based solver, but you didn't justify, perhaps I missed something, the choice of this environment and in your manuscript.
The fact that I use PyMO?
Yeah.
So when I started, it was the most common framework for optimization with Python, and then Unicorn became more and more important. But when we started using it, I had almost finished writing in Dot. So I mean, hence my perspective to actually include everything within POM. To actually have everything under Linux.
Okay.
So the main reason initially was because I only knew about PyMO.
Okay. And for the development of a model, you have several building blocks for your model.
I have several ones, right?
Sorry?
I have several.
you have several building blocks, if I can say that, with the different type of industry sectors.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. The speakers are not very good quality.
Okay. In your model, you have introduced several industry sectors that you model that constitute the building blocks, if I can say it like that, of your model. So you model them globally with economic data for all these components. If you want to add a new component, or how do you take this into account in the model? How is it? How can you add a new component? How is it defined by CapEx, OpEx? Are there over?
Thinking about adding a new technology to the model.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have the input is an Excel file in which there are several folders, several sheets,
Okay.
and the data is organized in a certain way. So if you want to add a technology, you need to define a lifetime, CapEx, OpEx, and also add it to the technology resource matrix. And you have a lot of technologies and associated resources, and you're going to say, okay,
Is it the same? Is it the same for the storage component? Is it the same for the storage for the transportation component and so on? How is it?
Sorry, industry model or the energy system model?
The first industry model.
So for the industry model, regarding carbon capture, there's also separate sheets where we define CapEx, OpEx still, but also the technology to which the carbon capture technology can be linked. And then regarding storage and usage is going to be directly managed by the model itself.
Okay. And for the computational time, I think I missed something, but you didn't mention, I think, the computational time of such a model, and when it is linked to the other model, I assume that the complexity increases. So how do you manage this complexity, this computation?
So Indopt alone is going to take half an hour to run.
Okay.
And all of the sensitivity analysis that I've taken, I've launched it on server. It took about 2 to 3 days. Now, when I couple Indopt with POM, the computational time, especially as we do several iterations, so Indopt is going to take half an hour all the time, and POM is going to take a much longer time. So it depends on the amount of nodes that the amount of area that we consider. But with the hydrogen network, in the version of POM I've used, because it has been improved now. I mean, it's on the way of improvement currently. But used to take with the hydrogen network, one POM run used to take something like 7 hours.
Okay.
And so yeah, if we are to have 4 iterations, it's going to take about a day.
Okay. So your problem is quite complex. I think we are aware of this, and perhaps in your presentation it is perhaps too smooth. I think there is an effective complexity of your problem, and the way also you couple the two models perhaps you can indicate more how the coupled how you couple both models with the how is the interaction between both models from an optimization viewpoint? Is you use the same solver for both?
Yes, I use the same solver for both. Yoruba in my case.
Okay. Okay. You also mentioned, I think it's at the beginning of your manuscript that research the interdependence between industry and the energy system has paid little attention in the literature, and I think it surprised me. And
Surprising that there are some interdependencies between the industry and the electricity.
yeah, you mentioned that the literature review is scarce about this, and I was surprised, and you were also surprised in your manuscript. So
There were sorry that they went.
you mentioned so only I think it's the analysis of your literature review. You mentioned that that there are a few the number of works that were devoted to the interaction between industry and the energy system are
Scarce.
yes, yeah, and
Okay.
I was surprised, and you were also surprised by this. So have you got an explanation for this? Since it's in the context, it's quite
I
surprising.
have an explanation for this.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a few papers considering the impacts that would have maybe like one sector on
Okay.
on the electricity system. The work of Boldrini. She has yeah done such studies for the steel industry, but on short term.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have to take a look back at my manuscript, maybe to find other references. I mean, there are actually more, but not that much from what I found.
Okay. Another question about the interaction of both models. You mentioned that you apply the model INDOPT model to certain countries, and you like this, and the countries are not the same for POM.
Yeah, this is something I forgot to specify. So yes, INDOPT only considers 6 countries, and POM is going to take into account 15 countries aggregated in 11 nodes, 11 areas. So for the countries that are not within INDOPT, so regarding the industry, I actually considered the industry consumption for those countries, but for these 6 countries from INDOPT, when I run POM alone, they don't have those 6 countries industry consumption.
Okay.
Once coupled, they have it. No.
Okay. I don't remember the number of slides, but it was about your recommendation about e-fuels and chemicals. You mentioned the competition between both sectors.
Yes.
So for you, after this work, what are your recommendations considering e-fuels? Since I think there are a lot of works on this, and not so clear to have a good overview. So according to your work, what are your recommendations?
It's a political stake here. maybe advised to be more cautious about taking the plane and maybe go for and also regarding international ship transport. I know that ship transport is currently shifting to LNG, a bit of methanol. Now LNG is leaking everywhere, so maybe even worse than heavy fuel oil. So for now, so yeah, I don't have a clear answer to provide you. I mean, e-fuels are expensive, and if we are to shift entirely to e-fuels, it's going to maybe tackle other sectors' deployment. So maybe e-fuels should be, at least for now, a topic left apart, and we should focus on investment with lower abatement costs.
Okay. And regarding hydrogen, I think it's on slide 44. You mentioned that hydrogen demand will be met by ATR plus CCS. I think it's perhaps I know it's not. I don't know if this one, but perhaps still it's in another slide, but in which you mentioned hydrogen. You mentioned that hydrogen demand will be met by ATR plus CCS, and that we'll shift to electrolyzers when electricity will be cheaper, right? It's one of your conclusions.
So I'm not at the proper slide currently, right?
Okay, but I'm wrong. That
maybe it's a slide earlier you're talking about. This one, no, this one.
Yeah, exactly. So, sorry, I missed something about the number of the slide. In your model, I assume that you also considered the scaling up effect of electrolysis in 2040 or 2050.
So your question is, have I looked
when
before 2050?
When the shift to electrolysis will occur, and I assume that in your model you also of course the price of electricity is key to the development of hydrogen, but also perhaps the scale up of technology of electrolysis. So my question is, have you also considered the scaling up effect and the decreasing cost for electrolysis?
Yes, the capex on electrolyzers are assumed to decrease progressively.
Okay.
This is described in chapter 4, I think. Okay. So yes, now the electrolysis deployment in POM isn't constrained, so the model can install as much as it wants.
Okay, and in the
as low as it wants, yeah.
And in the development of hydrogen, and perhaps also in the development of other technologies, have you considered, perhaps I missed something, the subsidies or in the model, or is it a perspective for your model to help
consider subsidies?
Yeah, for instance, over economic analysis here was performed without subsidies, right? Or
so the assumption of subsidies is implied with lower capital costs.
Okay.
Because it implies lower return on investment for the investors, because the state, because the state subsidize.
So it is implicit in your formulation, and
sorry.
It is implicit in your.
Yes, it is implicit, but the subsidies are in the ENR++ and Nuke Plus scenarios. Otherwise, the assumption that there are no subsidies in the future.
And can also your model be used to determine the amount of subsidies for the states, for instance. Here they are included, but could it be in your perspective an additional degree of freedom for your?
You mean you would want me to see what happens if we, for instance, increase or decrease the capital cost of nuclear progressively? How it happens
For
results?
instance, or also for hydrogen, I mean, here you introduced the reduction of cost, perhaps, if I have well understood, directly in the capex. But if I want to use your model also for the determination of the subsidies that the government, for instance, can inject in a new technology, could your model help with this? I think so.
I think I would just change the cost of capital. This, I mean, on electrolysis.
For instance, here, if I've well understood, everything is fixed. You assume that the capex.
I mean, I have not changed. I did not perform a sensitivity analysis on the cost of capital to about everything that is hydrogen related, unfortunately.
Okay.
For the sake of time, I'm going to ask you maybe to ask your last two questions.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. So a lot of questions, but perhaps we'll focus on what perspective on the perspective. You to conclude, which result are you most proud of, and if you had any recommendations to make, which would they be at the end of this interesting study?
Which results I'm the most proud of?
Yeah.
That would be maybe the finding of the 300 euros threshold for industry regarding carbon pricing. Like, I did not expect that initially. I would have expected for the model to indefinitely reduce fossil fuel share in the industry. So yeah, I did not expect that. Although as Professor Tyler has written in his report, there has been some similar work that has been conducted in the UK. I found the report, and they also have a similar threshold. So yeah, but that's the thing I'm most proud of.
And your final recommendation? Also?
If we want to phase out for fossil fuel, it needs to be policy driven, not only price or market driven.
Okay, Quentin. Thank you for this very interesting discussion, and congratulations once more. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Professor Lazaro-Pantel. Now time to proceed with remarks by Dr. Tobias Fleiter.
Thank you. Much has been said already, so I was also very impressed by reading you. This was really a pleasure. Especially impressive went through the individual industry sectors. I know it requires quite an effort. Each sector is different, technology is always different, and chemical industry is the most annoying of all these sectors with their diverse supply chains, and so that's quite impressive. And I can follow basically all the arguments you had in favor of including or excluding different technologies in the individual sectors. I think there's no major gaps. Of course, system boundaries can always be larger and wider, and it has important implications on the conclusions and recommendations to have these system boundaries in mind. One thing maybe for when you go ahead now with integrating all in the pond model is steam generation that could be included as more as a cross-cutting technology and requires quite a huge process heating basically. You've got a huge demand of process heating from different industries that are not included in your model, and it has also very important connection to the electricity system, electrification, hydrogen, etc. And that can be it can maybe change the picture also a bit. But yeah, and question-wise, I would like to dive into 3 topics. One is the model coupling and the method we used, and second is the hydrogen system, which I found very interesting, and then a bit on regulatory policy recommendations you derive from your work. And for the first questions, so I was maybe starting simply off with this connection. I was also with the connection of the 2 models. I was also thinking about that a bit. On the one side, you have hourly resolution. On the other side, you have the annual aggregation. We talked about that already a bit. But what how do you see that? What are the main trade-offs you have with this approach you used in coupling these 2 models and not integrating all into one model?
So as I said, what I do expect into integrating everything into one model is to either one of the system, as we only optimize one functional cost, one system's cost. I mean, the one system cost, we're going to obviously, I mean, the optimization is not going to be necessarily beneficial to both systems equally. So the idea of having them separately is that they are each one of them looking for their own benefit, and yeah, that's mainly it. While also there were also the thing that I had developed in dots alone, and I couldn't adapt it at the time to transform it into both an industry and an electricity system model, especially while NinoPy got bigger, even more important in the optimization. Sorry, not area, community. I'm sorry.
When we go more to towards a climate neutral system, we see that the time resolution becomes very important in the models. And
the time what, sorry?
The time resolution. So
yes,
as you had hourly resolution on one side, and so for the integration of renewables and flexibility with all these many different flexibility options. So I was thinking if you still, I mean, on the one side you have this hourly resolution, but on the other side you aggregate again to an average electricity price, I assume. And so what does that mean for competitiveness of certain technologies? Do you see certain technologies that really suffer maybe competitiveness
from heavy industry on the heavy industry side? I mean, it's most of the time a base load production that they have. So the energy consumption follows. And this is why initially I had this 1-year time step for industry, and then when I included the hydrogen in hydrogen production, I saw the problem, and this is why most of the hydrogen production then dealt by POM. So actually, one couple. Yeah, this is something I forgot to mention. I believe POM is managing the hydrogen production. So now NDOT, after coupling, actually consumes hydrogen as an exogenous parameter. And except from gasification, because it also produces biomethane that can be used for otherwise for the rest, it's being produced by POM and is considered from INDOP's perspective as imported from POM. I think I have derived from the initial question.
I think maybe let me follow up on that. I agree that electrolysis is definitely kind of main source of flexibility of connected storage. And also agree that most processes we see today in heavy industry, they will not be totally flexible. So they will be very much based on, of course, here and there is potential. But what we see as a big flexibility source is hybrid energy supply. So that you have that you not only electrify, but you use electricity and natural gas in the transition to long-term electricity and hydrogen, and then you have huge flexibility on the industry side without a need to really change the processes. So you only flexible on the energy demand side. And for example, steel production, as you have the direct reduced iron production, is one process that could benefit by in the transition phase using hydrogen only when it is cheap, and in the remaining time using natural gas. So maybe you looked at the year 2040. So
oh yeah, but I mean 2040, because the idea is that we go for like a no emission industry and no direct emission industry in 2050 eventually. So
and yeah, for 2040 it would be maybe natural gas and electricity or hydrogen. And in the long term, we see that when we look at the hourly prices, we see that in many modern ones, electricity is cheaper in summer and hydrogen is cheaper in winter quite often.
it's not something I've analyzed.
We have this. How would that change the
definitely change
technologies? What would that change?
Yeah, that would definitely change what is put inside the GRI. Yes.
Do you also see this seasonal profile?
With INDOP, no, because the time step is yearly.
I mean,
This is something I expect maybe to see when I couple when I include within POM the industry.
But in the POM model, you see electricity prices structurally different in summer than in winter. If you look, so
It's not something I have analyzed, unfortunately. Yeah, the figures I give you are analyzed. So
we already talked about the hydrogen system. I was a bit surprised to see it only as one sensitivity and not having hydrogen trade allowed in all the main scenarios.
yes, because initially in my mind I was going to assess the impact on the electricity system, and then working on it, I started to wonder what if we were to add the hydrogen system. What if, especially because I read your study with the Fraunhofer and Artilis for the European Commission, and I saw some interesting results. I wanted to see if what would happen if I was to let's say perform some similar work.
Maybe in terms of results from this sensitivity, main thing you mentioned is that, of course, hydrogen prices converge, of course, if they trade, but also for some countries prices went up. So some countries have higher prices than others now. The ones with the best renewables or resources, I guess. And it sounded a bit like if it would be negative or lead to higher costs for these countries, but actually we talk about marginal prices for these countries.
Yeah.
So when you would think about average hydrogen prices or total cost for these countries, what do you?
When there are some exchanges between countries, it's rather difficult. I mean, I tried to calculate the actual costs for, the domestic costs, because what part of the production actually are you going to consider as exported to your neighbors for what price? hence me mainly taking the same for electricity prices, to the dual variables, which represent market prices. But yeah, initially also it was easier to calculate what you said when there were no exchanges between countries. I just had like to multiply things all together, and that's it.
Because here it sounded like it would be a disadvantage for what are these France and Spain are the countries with the most, because their prices go up, but actually they also benefit from it. So they export huge amounts of hydrogen to the other countries. So it's really
From a system, from a French system perspective, yeah, they might be benefiting from it. This is not something that I've individualized. Now, I mean, in my opinion, such a case here is unlikely to happen, especially if like we, as I said, especially if each country is looking for its own benefit instead of looking for the European global optimum.
And on average, like if you aggregate all the countries, the price goes down.
It goes down a little bit, but the overall system's cost diminishes necessarily. Otherwise, you wouldn't have developed the hydrogen system. So we have like a 0.4 to 1% reduction in system costs.
Because we have similar results, seeing that the hydrogen system as a transport system in Europe, connected with storage, allows the seasonal storage and the transport of huge quantities of wind and solar energy to Central Europe.
Yeah, I've not pushed the analysis to this point, but
Yeah, and is the hydrogen grid? Do you still have a methane grid in this scenario? Or
Sorry, what?
natural gas grid? Do you still have that?
no, I don't. Not yet.
And imports, yes, imports is also last question on the hydrogen system. So you have huge quantities of imports. If you did
only in the no fossil case. Yeah.
So either it is not this natural gas plus CCS or imports, and the low share of electrolyzers. And I'm wondering, these imports, are they flexible?
Yes, this is the limitation actually.
Flexible over here, because that would imply you also need a storage in the exporting countries.
This is what I said, because this is a limitation in the modeling, and this is why I would want to consider MENA as an actual node with actual production.
I think that is,
and I would actually, instead of having an exogenous price that is scenarized, just have to, I mean, I would just have to run the model and just going to give me the cost of exporting. I mean, it's going to be implicit.
Yeah. But it's an assumption we often see in such analysis, that the imports are assumed flexible, and actually, adding storage, etc., in exporting countries would increase the cost and make domestic electrolyzers more cost competitive. And the main limitation for domestic electrolyzers is the renewables potential that you assume.
The main limitation for what?
The limit for domestic hydrogen production by electrolyzers in Europe.
Yes, I would say that.
The renewables potentials, so wind and PV, that does not allow for more.
Yes, it's not about anymore. It's also even about like the potential in terms, not in terms of like adding some more wind farms or solar power, but also the yield of the turbines in the panels. That is different to one country to another.
Yeah, thanks. Last two questions about what are your recommendations for regulatory implications. So imagine, what would policymakers, what would you recommend policymakers or people in industry who need to take decisions now, as we see these huge changes in the industry and energy system, and the but actually the decarbonization of industry is only at the very beginning. So
Yes.
first, where do you see the major challenges for policymakers at the moment and for industry to
I think
invest?
stable and long-term electricity prices for the industry to electrify, because that's a drawback. They don't see, especially in France currently, many industries don't see, don't know how the electricity pricing, don't know how the the electricity price would be for them in the future. So it's not an incentive for them to invest in electrification, but rather to stay using fossil fuel.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also observe that same for hydrogen. CO2 infrastructure is not there. And CO2 price is also very uncertain for companies. So they don't assume that it goes up to 300 euros in most cases, I guess. So this uncertainty, I think also companies are rather waiting for that. What do you recommend policymakers to, what would be needed? What could be done actually?
So, I mean, regarding, yeah, they should come to the table in the negotiation, I mean, in France, to negotiate electricity prices with industries, because this is, I mean, the state usually is an actor, a stakeholder in which that brings some sort of confidence within the whole process. Otherwise, make renewable energy installation more easier.
Yes. Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Now time to move on with another examiner, Dr. Béranger.
First of all, thanks a lot, Robin and Quentin, for inviting me for this very nice defense, and congrats for the thesis. That was really nice. So when I was reading, actually, I was really impressed by the fact that you had a very detailed representation of the almost any technology that you can imagine of in the industrial sector. So that's great, because as a modeler, we always do a lot of trade-off choices and we exclude a lot of technologies. Here you had a very big representation. So that was quite also, let's say, nurturing, basically, informative. So thanks for that. I really liked it. The fact that you coupled it with a power system model. So probably, you know, let's say it like that. It's a very interesting exercise, very good for the purpose of a thesis. It doesn't mean that there isn't anything similar. Obviously, there are other models that are probably more detailed in with commercial access. You know, you need to pay, etc. But the fact that you had this thinking of, yeah, a very detailed modeling coupled, I think it's already the idea in implementing it is a huge research work that you did. So that's congrats for that. I have my points, like a lot of questions and remarks that I had in mind are already. Also, I will try to reduce what I had in mind, but maybe I will start with a few questions generally and some remarks later. So first of all, I didn't understand very well the rationale behind your reference scenario, because you have emissions that are not reaching net zero by 2050, but when we are taking a look at the European Power Policy Framework, it's actually net zero by 2050. Then you have a carbon tax, which is probably not very much aligned with the net zero. But then in the power system model, on the other hand, you have a different carbon tax level. So this is not the same. So can you please explain first?
So initially, in my mind, I wanted to see how the system would behave. So the reference scenario is not the scenario that is going to happen. It's more about having a starting point from which I'm going to vary parameters. So yes, I took the 150 euros per ton of CO2 when running in Delft alone, then made that assumption vary. And then when I saw that 300 euros threshold, it became my new, let's say, my new reference. And this is why in the following chapter, I use that value as a reference. That's mainly it.
And do you consider emissions as an output, or is it an input with constraint that you have like almost 80% reduction by 2050? Is it an output?
I do not constrain emissions.
That was one question. Thanks. And I'm gonna focus on e-fuels a little bit. Not nicely. So first of all, that's great that you are. I mean, I really like the fact that you highlighted it's ammonia and methanol for shipping, and it's more e-kerosene
We
for.
did not consider ammonia here because I only considered carbonated.
Yeah.
Otherwise, ammonia is do not consider it because it's not an endpoint for the industry as my main framework, my main scope wasn't the industry initially.
Okay.
So initially, e-fuels were supposed to be like a bonus to the analysis, and it became huge.
But I think you got it quite right actually, because basically these are the fuels, and you have e-kerosene and biological stuff basically. So E and bio stuff basically. So anyhow, you got it right at the end. No one is talking about electrification of aviation except for some very small uses. So my question is that, do you have what percentage of the demand for shipping fuel or aviation fuel is coming from e-fuels? Do you have anything on that? Because how do you define the value of the e-fuel demand for aviation, for example?
Value, you mean how much you produce?
How much exajoule of energy is used in aviation from e-fuel? Is it like 70% of its demand? Is it 50%? I didn't see it in the.
So in my initial assumption, it would be like, in my mind, I was taking the hypothesis that things would remain approximately the same in terms of overall energy consumption, but where is it? Yes. But yeah, I just took some scenarios that I found in the literature and just apply them to it.
You don't have which percent of the aviation demand is with e-fuels?
So here it's 14%, only 14%. And regarding maritime transports, it would be 9% with methanol, but we could also think about ammonia, although the people I know that work in the maritime transport sector say that it's rather dangerous. They're already using it in scrubbers, and there's been some death. So
okay, I see. Thanks. About that, first of all, it's very nice that you have this carbon cycling in modeling and that you include it here in your calculus. So it's very great. What I don't understand clearly is that first you said bioenergy. It's bioenergy. I mean, e-fuel production constrains bioenergy.
yes.
How exactly it happens?
From gasification, it's going to consume a lot of gasification. Actually, the hydrogen and that is being produced by gasification is going to be a lot allocated for e-fuels production.
Okay, so it doesn't become like power to liquid. It becomes like hydrogen produced from bioenergies.
Yes, kind of.
That goes to.
Also, gasification also is coupled with carbon capture, and that CO2 is being like then remixed to produce e-fuels, and there's more CO2 also that is being produced. That is being captured than the hydrogen coming from gasification. So there comes the electrolyzers and also ATR with CCS
and so
etc.
You have this option of having hydrogen from gasification plus its CO2, hydrogen from electrolysis, for example, plus CO2 either from DAC or from biogenic sources, and etc. I assume, or it was just like electrolysis plus DAC.
No, it's separate.
So you have
it's not a one process model. It's you have flows and it's we have DACs, we have carbon capture, we have a lot of CO2 sources, and then we have a specific technology that is going to take as input hydrogen and CO2, and then the model is going to manage where that CO2 and hydrogen comes from.
Okay, that's actually surprising, because what we did lately, we found that the only correlation is that you have this biogenic CO2 that is coming from as byproduct from bioenergy supply, basically. So it's an interesting finding, basically, and I think you might need to focus on it more for like any research, future research work, etc., because it's something that is surprising me. I have I haven't seen it in the literature, and it's something that surprises me, and we can discuss it later maybe. But all right, and then one other thing is that so I'm again just focusing on this because I saw in Fisher Tropsch, so it's a small remark basically. My understanding is that the reactions that you are considering in your, like Fisher Tropsch synthesis, etc., or notably again, I'm talking about diffuse, but overall, you consider kind of a 1-1 conversion ratio, right? Like 100% of conversion of the reactants with the products.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's like H2 plus CO2
Yes.
will give CO plus something, then with
Okay.
H2 again, it will give CN, H2N plus 2. Anyways,
Okay.
I think there also you might need to recheck a bit the literature because we never have a reaction. I mean, you need to have different pressures, different temperatures to have a, like in different
There's an
levels.
external energy consumption. I think electricity.
Yeah,
or
but
something.
when you do the stoichiometry, you see that you find 100% of conversion ratio. I think your kerosene is
I think the
twice more
value is from.
expensive.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to check that and indeed question.
It's not gonna change any of the results. It's a superficial thing, but I think your kerosene will be twice more expensive, basically. Yeah. Yeah. So it's even worse on that. Anyways.
So seeing as nice towards issues.
Yeah, exactly. You were very not harsh enough, basically. I mean, I'm not gonna take a lot of the time, but I still have a few small questions to ask. One is that so on methane emissions, I understood that you take them into account, but at which extent, like on the network or upstream methane or
Not upstream. Within the industry.
yeah, because that might also change some of your results at the end because upstream is like 80% of methane leakage, basically.
Yes.
And if you have high carbon price, you're going to completely eliminate maybe blue hydrogen. Just
I've read the report you're referring to.
maybe you can take a look at that later, but this is just a recommendation. And another question on modeling. So it was asked, but I didn't get it completely well. So I understand quite well that this end-opt optimization model is basically an annual model. It's clear. And then you have this power system model, which is an hourly temporal resolution model, POM, right?
Yes.
How hourly? Is it like representative periods over a year, or it's like the whole year 8? Okay. Then one interesting next step for you, I would think, is this seasonality of prices, etc. You can easily check it with such a model because if you have a just 4 weeks per year,
but, yes,
it's a good next step for your research, I think. Okay. And all right, so I think it's almost all for me. I would just like to maybe let's be more like I want your own key takeaway of your thesis, but not like very generic level, more like, for example, let's say we met in a bar with some friends and I'm a lawyer, I don't know the topic well. I'm like not coming from the same background. And so what did you find in your thesis?
I think that would be related to the question that Professor Azzaro-Poncel asked me about what I'm the most proud of, the results I'm the most proud of, and that would be the 300 euro threshold for the industry. That would be the main key takeaway from what I found.
Okay. Just finishing with a small, again, next step recommendation for you. You have a lot of sensitivity analysis, a lot of very nice results, and a lot of consensual findings. So a lot of your findings are very nice, but they're already out also. But you have, for example, like a good example is that one of your results of sensitivity that highlights for me is that, for example, importance of ambitious CO2 price, because when you have low carbon price, whatever when you have high carbon tax, whatever the share of bioenergies or electricity price, you will reach decarbonization more easier, basically. So I think you have these kinds of small messages in one of, like, let's say 8 scenarios, for example, or whatever, you have here and there that are very interesting. That I think these are exactly what you should grasp and try to continue to, there are a few of them in the study. I don't think, like, for example, just representing a new industrial optimization model would be a like huge research topic, but finding a small sensitivity result that is a huge interesting finding. For example, this one on the e-fuels also here, hydrogen production, for example, and just obviously you're going to use all your results, but that's going to be your focus topic of the research next. This is your key message of the research. I think you can find a few of them.
Thank you.
Very much. I will use my privilege of being a presenter also raise a few questions. So usually when it comes into play, like a toreador, entering into the place, everyone having already prepared the bull for the final question. But Berang has basically spoiled my question, which were aimed at opening the scene. So I will still raise a few questions, but which are aimed at somehow broadening the perspective. Much has already been said. Industry decarbonization is going to be costly. There remains some technical challenges, and your work, I would like to congratulate you for this work because it provides us with an enlightened view of what can be done, what cost, and what are the options. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for having offered me the opportunity to be here today. So I will ask a few questions still. So one of them is that, well, we know that it's going to be bloody. We know that it may have an inflationary impact on the products that are produced by these EV industries. We are focusing on EV industries that have long-standing impact. When you talk about olefins, we think about all the implication of all these olefins in the secondary sectors and so on, as these are all primary products. So I'm wondering if you have had a look at the effect of this decarbonization on the inflationary impact of the processing cost of these primary products.
Absolutely no. What we can see though, it's the overall systems cost increases, but now the analysis per sector haven't conducted.
But you may have an opportunity to do that with the model. Because typically you use, if I understood correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong, if I understood correctly your models, you basically presume somehow that you have a predefined demand to be met, So typically you may have a supply-demand equation for each of these industries. So you may have a dual variable popping into the system. So that may provide you with an opportunity to somehow document the impact on the value. So that's typically a recommendation that I could make. It is somehow to bring some element on the discussion, on the debate about what will be the effect on the various sectors. But then we may create a bridge with the remarks that was made by Philippe, which is to some extent, if cost pricing increase, of course, if we assume that it's somehow prevent a market price, if it's somehow depending on this magnitude, we may have, depending on the elasticity of the demand, which probably we may make some assumption, we may have some informed discussion about to what extent it will have a demand reduction that will be imposed by the resulting price increase. So that's even if it's quite cool, but that's an opportunity to provide a discussion on that, but it's very much discussed these days about the future of industry in Europe, which is very geopardized. So that's something I wish. A second remark that I would like to raise is, in fact, you presume, if I understood correctly, again, your model, which is induct, you make an assumption, which is Nikon sometimes described as having capital malleability. What does that mean? It simply means that somehow you start from scratch. And you can freely reallocate the capital equipment that you use according to the one which will be the most cost efficient, which is fine when we think about a developing nation that is about to take off. Let's take the case of India. But we're in France, in a country or we are in Europe, in countries that have long-standing tradition, industrial tradition, for which we may have past trajectories, meaning that we have some dependency toward the previous vintages of capital that have been installed. Of course, this creates rigidity towards the selection of the various technologies. So I'm wondering to what extent these rigidities can affect the projection that you may have, and whether it's something that will be something significant, or is it something in which we should not pay attention to.
As you said, this is the improvement perspective about my work. I do not have a clear answer to provide.
You may think in terms of similarity of the various choices for solutions being made by the various elements. For example, if we move away from blast furnaces toward Or either we just supplement the blast furnace with carbon capture and storage, and it's quite, I would say, continuum compared to the previous trajectory, or it's full reallocation of the technology. So these are some sectors that, according to that, would be more impacted or not.
Say that the steel industry has some sort of big inertia. Now the glass industry, they have to renew the furnaces every 15 years.
So in the end, it would not be such a big concern.
Yes. Regarding the chemical industry, though, most of the time it's highly integrated within refineries and I mean, plastics production specifically. So that one might be very difficult to shift away from.
Incidentally, by the way, it could have been interesting to include the Netherlands because it's such a powerhouse for
Yes.
But anyway, so thanks a lot. So in the end, when we think about moving still in the direction of capital malleability, I've understood and I've really much appreciated the discussion on the limitation of your work that you presented today. I found it super great that you had such an opportunity to think about the limitation of your work. Still, even if we manage to ring-fence Europe against the importation of products coming from zones that will not have the same environmental standard, even if we manage, or if we manage to somehow charge a price to consumers so that they are willing to incur the cost of this decarbonization, still, I believe within a free trade zone, there might be opportunities for capital malleability to relocate their assets within Europe. Meaning that so far, we've had some places that were capable to build large chemical plants, that takes the one in Schaffen, that basically benefited from the fact that it was directly connected to a pipeline system supplying gas from Russia crossing Belarus. If we start thinking about reshuffling our industry, then this industry may also relocate within Europe in regions that benefit from cheaper prices. So to what extent do you see that some region could benefit for that? Who would be the losers or the benefactors from such a relocation within Europe?
What you're saying is actually what kind of happened when we authorized for the hydrogen network. The hydrogen production actually relocated somewhere else. But now regarding industry, this is not something I authorized. Now also you have and space issues also, like for instance, if we are going to install more steel production in some specific country, we need to have the space for it, and usually they're going to want to install that close to already existing industrial clusters, and which are regarding steel, which are close to the sea to import all the iron ore, coal, etc. So yeah, that's a very interesting question, and the constraints are rather different compared to the energy system itself.
As I had in mind, typically the case of e-fuels. Transporting e-fuel, as it's an energy-dense form of good, I mean, it's quite easy to transport e-fuel, probably easier than to transport to pipe hydrogen. So typically, we may think that there might be some relocation of that. It's a new industry, so it's easy to locate it in regions and not necessarily produce the e-fuel where they are consumed, in the neighborhood of the big airport. That's a suggestion. It's beyond the scope. My intention is to bring.
Actually, wanted about that because I know that Arcelor are currently wondering about producing in Africa the hydrogen, actually producing the DRI directly there and just import the DRI in Europe and then just put it directly in the electric arc furnaces.
As you talk about investing in new technologies, sometimes industrialists are quite prone at begging for money from the state for public spending so that they ease implementing the new technologies. Still, we have several countries, and I'm wondering if at some point there is a need for having a coordination towards the selection of some technologies, because the problem with new technologies is that usually it creates an externality, meaning that nobody wants to incur the cost of a first of a kind technology. Everyone's preferred to free ride on the early adopters somehow, and still you have to overcome this.
And so if you still to have this idea of having a massive deployment of some of the technologies that you pointed out, to some extent, is there a need to have a coordinated approach for that? To what extent can we learn from your work?
So what you said about not being the one to invest in the first being the one investing the first into a technology. That would be for technologies that are overall over the lifetime are very capex sensitive, intensive. Sorry. Now regarding industry, we're seeing it's mainly OPEX dependent. So I don't think, I mean, although they are begging for it, just to me, just to play, they should be asking for stable energy prices. That's the main incentive here.
Still about this, an alternative would be also maybe to see, as you have the opportunity to see the revenues coming from the carbon taxation, it would be interesting to relate the revenue obtained by the state by charging carbon and to see whether or not it could be commensurate with the need of these industries. It would be a way of using stuff innovatively. Now talking about the coupling of the models, I have a very big basic remark. I cannot resist that. We are in the house that educated Léon Valras. What you did is in fact a case of the tâtonnement that you've implemented, a Valrasian tâtonnement between the two sectors. Just for remarking that. So that's in Econ, it's typically what you've done. We could have endless discussion about the stopping criterion, but it's beyond the scope of this discussion this morning. I'm wondering, sorry, point. I'm fine with it. No, okay, that was mainly my point. Thank you so much. I will seize on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, I think that's it's now time for provide this.
So thanks again to all of you jury members for attending this defense, and thanks a lot, Quentin, for your presentation and your work. It was really a pleasure working with you. You're a passionate, hard worker, and so I would really enjoy to continue working with you in the future. I want to emphasize, I think it has been said by some of you that okay, you've done a great work, but two points that are really impressive for me is that you're both very good in complex simulation with a lot of data and optimization. I mean, all these European models, they're quite complex to manage and to handle. And so you're very good at that. And most of the time when we have a student that is good at that, is not really kind of looking at the technologies in industry, knowing the chemical stuff and all that. But you're good at both, and you're really interested in the technologies in industry. So I think you was the good student for this subject, because that's a difficult point with industry, that you have to enter all these complex process stuff, and so that's good. And so I hope we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. And I think that's something that was clearly pointed out as a missing point in your presentation, is you have so much results. Some of them are predictable, and the other one are very interesting, and we have to take a step back to see what should be emphasized and how to communicate on these results. And I think this will take time. So, but there will be further work on that. So there are coming work that I want to mention, and also I'm sure there are lots of policy implication, and myself I'm not able to claim big conclusion for policy implication, but there are strong results that have been pointed out on first hydrogen. I think it was less stressed by the jury members, but the result that you found, especially with adding POM, the coupling industry model with POM, is that hydrogen is not, I mean, it's costly. It's hydrogen with, especially with electrolyzers, it's not that easy. And finally, you got less hydrogen with electrolyzers than what the European Commission plans, and a lot more with ATR. So maybe it's related to all the CCU that would be authorized because you have e-fuels in the end, but still
the combination of hydrogen from electrolyzers and hydrogen from methane that could be reduced, maybe if we take into account leakage and all that, I know, but still there's a question that rises here. And we know that European Commission is maybe a little bit optimistic about electrolyzers. So that's the first policy implication, I think. And the second one is on e-fuel. I mean, you said a lot of time that the 300 euro is your main results, but the only thing I see these 300 euros. That was new for me. I did not know all these reports, but I see the 600 euros for e-fuels. That's really a very big result, because today, I mean, this is for 2050, and but today we're investing, or we're thinking about investing in e-fuels for that small amount of covering. I mean, 9% in 2050, and it's 600 euro per ton of CO2, and with 300 euro per ton of CO2, we're decarbonizing all industries. So that's, for me, that's a very important result, because we have to think about that, and we have to think about that also because a lot of the CCU is that we have in your model is also bring by this e-fuel. So if there's no e-fuel, that's why we made this sensitivity analysis. If there's no e-fuel, the results are a little bit different. So yeah, I think there's a second very important policy implication. And otherwise, there are small things about, I think, about the network, also the hydrogen network, the development that benefit not to all of the actors, I would say, countries, industrial, and has to be studied more in detail. Also, I think that the European Commission is pushing a lot for a big hydrogen network in Europe, and it's going too fast. I'm sure about that, because you need volumes to have that kind of network, and we should wait a little bit, even if in the long term it's interesting. And also, I was impressed, you don't talk about it, by olefine, because for me, olefine was something where you can't do anything, and it's a very futurist technology. I mean, before the PhD, and you learn. I learned with you that there are already for plastic, there are already things that exist in China to produce olefine with methanol, and so with low abatement cost, and that and we're not talking about that at all. I mean, we're talking a lot about steel and about that. So maybe there's something to dig a little bit here. And so the next PhD that are coming on this close to your topic, there's one on modeling the coupling with heat network in industry, high temperature heat network with heat storage, because you can. There's also flexibility that could come from the heat. Another one is for the infrastructure of CO2, because as everyone has seen, there's not much is done here on the, how much does the CO2 transport infrastructure cost, and what's how the spatial configuration will impact this cost. So that's also a new PhD that I started a few days ago and a few weeks ago. And I think looking at all you've talked about with the Lagrange multiplier on demand constraints and all that, there are so many things to look at. So I want to start now. So thanks again for your work, and thanks for the jury.
Thank you very much.
So now we go, we have to deliberate.
And Zoom and presentation online.
I think you can stop the.
Shut it down.
Yes, you can keep it for Catherine.
Okay.
And Catherine has another link. And Catherine, we meet in the other link I sent you this morning.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be back before this afternoon.
Okay, so I am going to disconnect now and connect to the other link.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
If some of you want to go to the restroom,
C'est combien maintenant? C'est même pas 37. Si c'est 100, mais c'est conjoncturel avec l'éducation, etc. Mais si.
Elle a pris une moto pour toi. Un taxi moto.
Après, le taxi moto. Ma grand-mère était passée dans le train ce matin avec une vache.
C'est vrai. Quand le gars regarde moi en disant s'il vous plaît, nous on doit y aller.
Merci beaucoup.
Et bah, du coup, on va suivre la place de Maria. C'était intéressant. S'il vous plaît,
Merci.
il me dit, prenez, venez avec moi. Moi, parce que sinon,
Moi, je suis arrivé à 9h50, je sais que je suis en avance.
Ah merde!
Et ouais, mais
Je t'ai envoyé
elle m'a dit, on arrive à 20, il arrive à
à la base, c'était à 10h. En fait, il peut partir. C'est ça.
oui, écoutez, je suis arrivé à 10h20, tu vois.
Ça va taper, ça fait une super expérience.
Après, comment je mute le micro? Parce que là, en fait, les gens sont en train d'entendre une conversation dans le. Bref, non, je peux pas. Il faut laisser parce qu'après, on parle ça va durer une heure.
Non, non. Demi-heure, je pense.
Vous savez pas, hein,
Oui, ma vie, même ça complique quoi, quand ça demandait
Moi, je suis revenu, mais c'est permis
en
aussi.
fait, c'est dans le télétravail.
pour l'instant, on attend la fédération.
Et puis surtout, elle
Ouais, parce que ma boîte,
ouais, moi, parce que là, c'est pas ça, mais tu peux changer là, en fait.
Et il y a
On attend la liste.
on fait quoi, on attend 30 minutes ici?
Moi, j'ai pas oublié. Suis le.
quel grand monsieur, hein.
Ah oui,
Suivez.
Ouais, ça va. Bah, c'est très intéressant. C'était 10h, en fait.
Oui, il a dit 10 heures au début.
oui, c'est super.
Ouais, c'est le signe de leur secte.
Ah oui, ah oui.
Ils ont un signe, en fait, ils ont un signe quand ils voient, ils font comme ça. Ils font des petites jonctions. Tu dois attendre là, toi? Tu veux un café? Tu veux un truc ou pas?
Ouais, mon café, il est froid là.
Tu veux un truc?
Je vais jeter ça là. C'est fait.
Pour t'écouter, parce que le train, je t'ai dit,
Tu t'es connecté à la YouTube du coup?
j'ai dû prendre un taxi moto pour
Ça,
venir.
c'est trop bien. T'arrives à quelle heure du coup?
Bah, je suis arrivée avec 3/4 d'heure de retard.
Donc, tu as été là pour la question.
Oui, 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 je suis arrivée quand même avant les questions.
Ça fait plaisir que tu as réussi à venir en tout cas.
Voilà. Voilà, dans le train, le train qui s'arrête.
Le soleil, il va appeler.
J'ai dû prendre un taxi moto pour.
Ça, c'est une demi-heure pour venir.
Ah non, c'était pas une demi-heure, c'était plus d'une heure.
Plus d'une heure.
Ah, il a remonté je ne sais combien de la gare de Lyon.
Ah, ok, d'accord.
Viens en voiture, vous n'y arriverez pas. Ce sera fini, la thèse. Effectivement. Voilà.
C'est cool. C'est bien démarré.
Ça va bien poser une question. Alors, il y a Valracien, tu connaissais? Non, jamais entendu parler. Valracien, ça fait les mille, moi. Non. J'avais un mec, non, j'avais un mec au fond. C'est Timothée Paris. C'est bon, qui sont barrés au bout, j'ai assez pour se poser des questions, mais il y a qui peut poser des questions, il va nous détruire. Pourquoi il a de croissance? Non, mais le gars, il a été sur Il a fait cette lettre de forme dessus. Et le bouquin dessus.
C'est intéressant, là.
Ouais. Il a fait une étude justement avec Artemis, pour la Commission européenne, qui est aussi basée sur ce qu'ils ont fait pour reconstruire un truc pour le justement, mais avec ils font juste ça pour mettre ça dans un contexte qui pas par le système énergétique. Et moi, je sais. C'est un peu pas trop.
Le dernier bouton.
Ah oui. T'es pas donné longtemps. Je suis à l'avant-dernier.
C'était trop faux.
Ah ouais. Ça fait pas que tu l'essaies.
Ouais, moi, moi j'étais allé alors, je sais pas si c'était ville Paris-Tech, mais j'étais allé à celui de l'autre pour Paris, un peu en dehors.
Ah, Fontainebleau, oui.
Peut-être. Ouais, c'est ça.
Ils ont un centre de recherche là-bas. Ah putain, tu vois pas sur la. Oh putain, il y a une place.
C'est Léon Van qui
Une collègue qui est 5 jours avant moi et sur le on a sur la conversation du groupe. J'étais en train d'écouter Zaro. Je n'entendais pas. Alors, pour moi, ce que je trouvais débile à un moment, ça m'a fait rire un peu. Non, je galérais à l'entendre en fait. Je galérais à l'entendre en fait, les mots comme un. Qu'est-ce que je fais? J'approchais l'oreille du micro.
Ouais,
Et puis après, je regardais les autres, genre.
Comment c'était ton truc? Où est-ce qu'il était? T'avais pas les slides là?
Si, elles étaient là.
Alors pourquoi tu mettais comme ça?
Parce que je ne voyais pas exactement ce qui avait marqué ça, vu que j'avais ça devant. Mais qu'au final, j'ai même pas lu, vraiment pas lu les trucs quasi
ce que tu comptais laisser entier.
Tu aurais dû rester comme ça en fait, sans jamais. En fait, les.
Non, mais l'idée, c'est d'être comme ça, d'être en mode genre, je vous présente un truc et je.
Non.
Mais bon.
Non, à terme, tu présenteras comme ça, et quand tu as des trucs à pointer avec un pointeur, tu pointes,
Arrête.
tu pointes.
Pose ça.
T'as pas de pointeur là?
Non, il y en a. Si, il y en a un, mais pose ça. On arrête, tu casses pas.
Enfin, pourquoi je savais pas que c'était en anglais?
Je t'ai dit que c'était en anglais.
Non, mais moi, je ne savais pas que c'était en anglais. On a vu le
Parce que vous êtes code de anglais.
Ouais, mais en fait, je savais pas, nous, on s'attendait à ce qu'il la fasse en français, tu vois. Bah non, mais ça va, il n'y a pas de souci. Bah, du coup, heureusement qu'on avait des jeux sur le téléphone. Mais même mamie, elle avait compris. Ah, mais mamie, c'était pour. Et la présentation, moi, j'ai capté. Hein. Mais parce que mamie, ça c'était en anglais ou pas?
Oui.
Il y a que vous.
Au début, je. Ils sont en train de délibérer là. Je suis éclaté, j'ai fait 2 heures d'atelier là. Ouais, ça s'est bien passé, ils sont très cool. En même temps, j'ai 6 jurys, mec. J'ai 6 jurys, c'est vrai. En vrai, ça vient de se terminer, ils sont partis délibérer. C'était très cool, ils sont super sympas, ils sont plutôt bienveillants même. C'est cool. On va apprécier. Et puis, l'avantage d'avoir des gens qui regardent aussi comme ça, c'est qu'en fait, ils ouvrent d'autres perspectives sur ton travail, vu qu'ils ont un autre œil aussi. Ouais, carrément. Ouais, je regarde ici. Je suis connecté à du ROM. Là, c'est plutôt du RAM. En vrai, si t'es malade, je te laisse tranquille, hein, excuse-moi. En quête de satisfaction après thèse. Je n'ai pas sur Atom. Ah non. Je suis sur le site de la Sorbonne et ouais, il y a une phrase à dire. Non, justement, Robin m'a demandé de l'huile la paille l'eau pas. C'est terrible. Serment du docteur, j'ai trouvé, c'est un document PSL, charte du doctorat. Je l'ai trouvé, il est page 7. Si je ne me trompe pas, c'est juste. C'est vraiment. Bah alors, avec ta mère en stream de guerre là. Putain, attends, parce que je suis connecté sur Zoom encore et sur YouTube, vous m'entendez dire des conneries. Ah ouais. Mais c'est trop tard. C'est plus trop tard. Ouais. Ah, Dr. Oath. Ok. Ok. The writing of Dr. Oath, in the presence of my PS. Oh putain, je l'ai en anglais en plus, parfait. Allez, je l'ai. Voilà. Ah, merci beaucoup. Ciao, ciao, merci beaucoup.
C'était fruitful ou pas?
Est-ce que tu nous entends, Catherine?
Oui, c'est parfait.
Très bien. Tu veux rappeler peut-être.
Je leur envoie un message.
Oui,
Ils sont
oui.
là.
Moi, j'ai un papier. Ah oui, j'ai juste.
C'est de la place.
C'est fini, non?
Non, c'est bon. C'est juste pour refuser le titre de la.
Énergie.
Du coup, j'ai trouvé le.
C'est ça, très bien. Je sais pas quand il faut qu'il ça. C'est après.
Ladies and gentlemen, following the deliberation of the jury, I'm really pleased and thrilled to announce our decisions. So we have unanimously decided to grant Mr. Quentin Raillard with a PhD degree in energetic and génie des procédés, so in energy and process and chemical engineering. And we of course, will join with all my peers. We are thrilled and congratulate you for this remarkable achievement.
Thank you very much.
C'est là que tu dois lire le avant de faire les.
Before that, just a few words. We unanimously appreciated your presentation, your comprehensive presentation, the serious with which you've addressed our concerns coming from various perspectives, and we have really enjoyed the maturity that you've demonstrated while taking some questions, being capable to raise and stress the limitation of your work. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much.
D'abord lire le. Oui, c'est ça.
So need to take an oath. So in the presence of my peers, with the completion of my doctorate in energy and process engineering, in my quest for knowledge, I have carried out demanding research, demonstrated intellectual rigor, ethical reflection, and respect for the principles of research integrity. As I pursue my professional career, whatever my chosen field, I pledge to the greatest of my ability to continue to maintain integrity in my relationship to knowledge, to my methods, and to my results.
C'est un discours.
Kind of bit of God, so I haven't prepared any speech. So yes, I would like to thank a lot my family and my friends because I mean on a personal matter, it hasn't been very easy those last 3 years. Although I really enjoyed carrying out that PhD, which was kind of my compass. As well, so I would like to thank my PhD supervisor for his support, and yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you also to my colleagues who are not here. Yeah, I'm in south of France currently, but I know they've been following the defense, and yeah, I like spending time with them a lot. So thank you. And also, yes, I thank you again to my jury for their time and interest in my work. Also for their valuable insights and perspectives for my work. Thank you very much.
Now we are free to have lunch for those who are staying with us on the.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for that. Tu peux venir au début et partir. Rendez-vous à l'heure.
Merci.
Moi, j'allais embrasser.
Ben, merci beaucoup.
Félicitations.
Ouais.